What's up, nerds? Return of the Nerd. Let's continue our story here. Alright, so what do we gotta explore here? I think this will be a huge recheck, but also I feel like there's gonna be some action in Bright Falls. I do want to go back to some old areas. Check those out. Searching around for a bit. Very red. I've only seen it a couple times, but I think the only weird facial thing is their faces don't move a whole lot when they're doing things. When Alan looks back or when she's looking back at it, it's very rare. It's not a big deal at all. But... Yep, just got back. Nice little chit chat and food. I need some more inventory slots, man. Let's stop picking up trauma pads. I feel like these should go up to like 3. Considering these go up to 2. Well, I guess these are bigger, so. There's a manuscript page. Didn't notice.
The 81st annual Deer Fest was just around the corner. Everyone in Bright Falls was bustling. There were banners to be hung, pies baked, deer masks sold. Bright Falls had made the top 100 American small town lists for its modest rustic charm. The town expected a lot of tourists this year, but a shadow hung over the Deer Fest preparations. The forecast promised rain. Fearful whispers promised more murders. The police were on high alert. Sheriff Breaker had deputies patrolling the streets at night. Bright Falls was no stranger to odd happenings, but to cancel Deerfest? Out of the question. The townsfolk were anxious, their anticipation mixed with fear. People had restless dreams. The lights seemed dimmer. Floodwater pressed in on the town, and the shadows poured in with it.
How do you like that the lake is...
Get the clicker to Wake and make him fix his attempt to play God. That's the plan. But the FBC have him.
I don't think she fully understands what's going on. But that's probably part of the idea. They definitely like demonize him a bit, but I don't even think he... Well, I mean, that's one of those weird things. It's like different states of Alan Wake based on his memories and what he remembers. Thing is, they don't show him as a person with a whole lot of ugly emotion at all. Even if sometimes they say it, right? I don't know what the drop is on this new this perk. I guess it's not that new, but... And if I have to delete it at all? Dude just took a full shotgun blast and still attacked me. Dude. You gonna do it or not, man? Just fucking putzing around, man. Really, it's totally fine if I play more balls. Yeah, I probably... The time would probably be worth it again, because I have so much material. Like, I just... Like, so many supplies, it just doesn't matter. Buffer. There's a lot of these motherfuckers, man. Where did that person die? Their bodies disappear pretty quick. Well, like I said, I got plenty of shit, so not a big deal.
Another locked box. There's another cult stash.
Okay. How do I know the order? There's some trick to it. It's like you have to like rotate them or what? Okay. Oh, it's a sideways one. Didn't even notice. There's probably a way to solve this without doing this, but it's fine. Just mindlessly brute force it. Oops. Okay. These rocket flares are a single stack. Jesus. Okay. Well, I don't want to carry like a bunch of these. Take one out. Grab some of these. Guess I could take one of these. Once I get some more supplies, we can walk around like want everything, but for now that's a bit much. I should put away a lot of my rifle rounds. Although if they let me just use this rifle a shitload, I mean, could retire the ammo for a lot of other stuff. Okay. So run over here, check this area. What we'll be doing a lot is exploring right now. Wrapping up some areas. Kind of want to do all of her story, then we'll do Alan's. The thing with her being any kind of antagonistic towards Alan is like, I mean, what is he supposed to do, right? Clearly the Dark Presence is using him to like cause very mass
when the government
damage to everything, but maybe she doesn't get
Lake
that.
And set up their laboratory there, Ilmo Koskela knew they knew something. Together with his brother, they felt obliged to take a look inside. The Federal Bureau of Control Security was a joke. The Koskelas walked in delivering coffee. Back in Watery, they pored over the stack of files they grabbed. The FBC was researching something in the lake, something they called the Shadow. Everyone who went into the lake came back a monster. Hartman had gone into the lake. He'd come back bad. The FBC had captured him, interrogated him. Based on his ravings, Barbara Jagger had gone into the lake as far back as the 60s. She'd come back bad. The writer, Alan Wake, had gone into the lake. He'd faced Jagger, pushed some mystic light switch into a hole in her chest, flicked the switch and gotten rid of her. If Wake ever came back, he was bound to be bad as well.
Mm-hmm. More wolves, man. I had to shoot this far? Where did this bullet come from? I'll open one of these stashes, actually.
Oh, another rhyme.
Wild home. Outside the monsters run and chase. When they ring or drive, don't yell. I'll tell them the way. Treat them prey, they won't rock your house to the ground. Monster.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm. Let's take care of that.
A charm for my bracelet.
Ooh, I got too much stuff.
Hello, dear.
Not many left now. Almost got all the deer. I don't know. Something. I'm waiting for the deer to start talking to me, probably. For some reason. I like how the fucking PC case just hit the ground and it's still on here. I guess this is just burned into the monitor. What is with the PCs looking so like fucking fucked when I'm scrolling on them now? It must be like the DLSS or some shit. Kind of FSR. It's like really fucked. Yeah, back when they were still good, you could throw your PC against the wall and the monitor, it would still be perfect. Doesn't have to be plugged in. What if Rosa would tell us where all of the stashes are? I think she would already have done it. Or marked them. Because I didn't see Rosa back at the nursery home. I feel like there should have been some dialogue with her to wrap everything up. But Ranger Station stash gate. Cold stash? I don't know if these guys are gonna be hurt this far away. Like it. many hits does this fucking dude take, man? He's probably bugged out. And he's covered in wounds. Of course, none of the crossbow bolts. Like I said, I got shit to spare, but it's not like I planned on that to happen.
Okay, I think that's all of them.
No, I wouldn't say it's too bad at all.
Another one of those cult
Pretty
boxes.
chill. There's really not that much combat in the game. Sometimes there's enemies who teleport around and you hit them full face with buckshot and they don't do anything, even with fully upgraded stagger, but those moments it's like whatever. You know, those feel kind of cheap, but for the most part, there's not a whole lot of combat. And what's there isn't like too crazy or nothing. I mean, I have literally a max bank full of supplies right now. No, I'm fine with the combat balance. I think it's fine. No, I wouldn't say it's very hard. I don't know, it's like I play extremely careful and slow. And I've played a lot of these kind of like Resident Evil type of games, so it might just be a playstyle thing. I think if there's any problem with the difficulty, it's too easy to game the reactive ammo system. You just put most of the ammo you don't need away, and instead of spawning no ammo, they'll spawn ammo like you're low on ammo. It's not as refined and as crispy as like a Resident Evil on that front, where they only spawn ammo for stuff you have, and sometimes you can't even store ammo, so it's like you can't really game it or anything, or they like know, right, how much you have stored away or some shit like that, right? Or if it's really, really tight, like a old school Resident Evil, they don't have any way to game it because it like set drops maybe. So yeah, I'm fine with it. I think the combat's fun enough. It's cool. I don't think it's like bad or anything. I saw some people say like enemies are like too tanky. I don't think so. You place your shots right, you're all good. It's one of those things where it's like maybe the enemies teleport a lot, and if you're on mouse and keyboard it wouldn't be a problem at all. But controller aiming, I gotta play a little bit more careful. No, I don't feel at risk. I always run with like a pretty light stash of stuff on me. I think it's hard enough where getting a new charm or an upgrade or getting some more loot doesn't feel like it feels good, right? Like if it was just like piss easy, like infinite ammo, right? You know, I wouldn't really feel anything about the upgrades, but I don't think it's like breezy in the sense like I'm just playing some goofy shooter campaign. But that's fine. We'll see by the end. I mean, it's not like every time you just avoid all damage or anything, so it's not like super duper piss easy. Like dudes like I said, will teleport or they'll surprise you. Or if you're on Allen's, right, you don't know which enemies are even real. So They do ways to kind of mix it up there, but I mean, you could go hours without fighting a single dude, so it just depends.
No.
Yeah, like I said, I think this kind of gameplay fits what they're trying to do really well. That you spend a lot more time looking at all the details and being slow, and I think it's good for stuff with like world building and detailed environments and stuff like they have, where there's lots of little shit to find. So I think if anything, the combat and stuff just is good in service of that. Little things and all that kind of stuff is one way to add some kind of gaminess and some reward to it, but it's not like the main thing that makes it tick. No, instruction calls us take the rider out.
Another one of those rhymes. Yes.
Yeah, I think they mix up the two a little bit as well. I feel like Alan has some
Fuck.
Modest rustic charm! Anxious! residents were restless. And I...
Yeah, good, man. I don't have many supplies left. I don't want to. Haven't found a stash in a bit.
Not on Odin! Gonkers! Bloodwater!
Fucking monsters.
I want to use all of my rifle.
Can never have too many charms.
Increases the effectiveness of painkillers and trauma path. You know, I don't really care about that. Because I have so many, it's not really a big deal. Do wish she had a couple more charm slots at this point, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it holds a candle to like a Resident Evil or something, but I mean, that's like the whole focus in those. And those are very gameplay oriented, right? Where this is much more story, environmental stuff. And I think the pace and the lack of action at times, or of like really crazy difficulty or something, I think it's more in line with probably what it should be. So. The original like had a lot more action. Christ, really? Are these guys really just like fucking respawn or something? I would say some of these are fucking annoying. These guys are fucking bane. Teleporting range dudes.
Espresso Express!
Nice tracking. There's been a lot of action down here. I know I said there wasn't much action in general, but Christ, this little area down here, I've actually gone through everything I had on hand.
Grab some from the back!
Yeah, very
I'm
speedy.
never gonna get used to this.
But the original Alan Wake was... It still obviously was focused on story and world building and stuff, but it had a lot more like running through the forest for a really long time, or through like a level, right? Where there might not have always been a shitload of dialogue, just like cranking down shadows on guys and then just shooting them down. And it's like this, but like just imagine a lot more. Just like slowly flashlighting guys and then shooting them just kind of over and over for a while. It was considered one of the lower points of it. I didn't hate that part of it, but it was kind of samey. There wasn't like a whole lot of cool weapons and shit. And it's a reason they probably like... In this, it's like either tone down the action or have it be in areas where there's like story or other cool shit going on. It was a neat feel for it. Like you're always in like a really dark forest, like kind of a bluish dark kind of forest with trees like bending and rustling and shit, and it was neat. But... Oh, I've already been to this one. What the? Great. That was a lot of ammo for nothing. This game has like a lot of respawning enemies, which I think doesn't really fit with the survival horror that much. They justify it by like having enemies drop loot and stuff, but at the end of the day, I'd prefer probably a tighter loot game and curve and enemies that I could, or more challenging that I could take down and know they were down for at least most of the game. I'd say once again that was their weakest thing. Usually their gameplay is their weakest feature. I think this is probably their best outing outside of Max Payne. I think this is much more cohesive. I think with Control, it tends to be very just kind of like pump and dump shooty. Precision stuff like that wasn't matter that much. The powers were cute. Like it was serviceable. It wasn't like bad, but it was just kind of, despite having all these powers and stuff, it kind of is just kind of running at goons and occasionally slapping a power on them and shooting them. It was pretty standard. I feel like third-person shooter fare.
Lunchboxes.
Oh, there's one here. It's one of those that honestly I don't like. Find terribly memorable how the gameplay was. I think this facilitates the world and the atmosphere much better, where Control's a lot more focused on like action and shit. And then on the side you get to enjoy like all of the cool atmosphere and stuff going on. Yeah, I don't think it was bad action. It was just like, I think the other stuff was so much more interesting that... Jesus, did they just respawn again? I think there's like triggers for them to fully respawn. Okay, nice rock. But yeah, it's just a little goofy at times. I don't know. I didn't hate it in Control, like I said. You had an infinite ammo gun, yeah. That changed forms, and then you had all your powers, like your hovering and shit. I don't know, I think it's one of those things that if the environments you were fighting them in were a bit more interesting gameplay-wise, and it wasn't about just kind of pump dumping dudes with different flavors of like cooldowns, that would have been a bit better. Like, I mean, it's still fine, but it's like, there's a lot of action in that. For the action just to be like decent, it was kind of like, you know. I think what it is for a lot of people, maybe, is that the other stuff in Control is so strong, it kind of makes the gameplay look worse than it really is. Because it's just like the least interesting part of it. Although there are times the main story is kind of shitty. Like her whole thing with her brother and all that. And all that was
And
fun.
another lunchbox.
But the, mostly it was cool. And obviously all the atmosphere and set pieces and shit were great. Like I said, I liked Control. I could see where some people don't like it as much if you don't somehow get into the atmosphere as much. And you're just focused on the action. I think that's kind of the weakest part of it, but it's still solid. So. There was too many cool, passionate, kind of soulful moments and interesting art design for me to really ever dislike that game. I think they could definitely go somewhere with the combat. I think if it was a system where you had to play smarter, with bigger swings of like power and creative usages of stuff instead of just kind of pump dumping, that'd be neat. This game's sometimes similar. I think this is the most cohesive outside of like Max Payne they've had. No, this is probably the most cohesive. The gameplay with everything else. Something you get in Resident Evil is avoiding enemies, learning specific weaknesses of enemies. You know, like acid rounds work on this kind of guy, or this guy I should just avoid, or I should circumvent this location because I know I left a guy there, or, you know, I need to go to this place, how am I gonna like route it, kind of thing. And this doesn't have those kinds of like decisions. Even in some Resident Evil games, it's like, you know, where do I leave this loot, or, you know, how much do I think I'm gonna need based on like where I think I'm at in the story and stuff, and if like a boss is possibly coming. And you generally can't hold as much shit, and you have to think about, you know, how much big stuff you want and how much small stuff you want. And this you can generally just kind of hold whatever. You're not thinking about those kinds of routes. Most enemies go down from headshots. So, I mean, like, it's pretty hard to escape these guys. They just kind of teleport with you. They infinitely spawn. So, like, I still find it fun. I still find it like a Resident Evil, and I think it's really engaging for this world and stuff. But there's definitely elements where it's like, you know, if you're just all in on the action, there's definitely, like, pain points, right? Where it's like, you're missing a bit. And if you're like super into the action, I mean, you know, you don't really have like a whole lot of moves or anything that you get the dodge, and the punch is cool and all. But like if you're like, you know, I like RE4 remake, you know, where I'm like fucking running through hordes of guys and countering and blocking off stuff, and like that's totally different, right? So I feel like it kind of depends. In this case, I think it works really well. Whereas Control, while it was cohesive to have all these powers in this giant, cool location, I think because of the focus on action, it needed to be a little better. Where in this, it's like I said, you could just not fight a dude for like 3 hours, right? like it's a cool part of it, and it's just hard enough, I would say, and just freaking enough where you're okay with it. You know, there's times where you're like, oh, there's going to be a boss coming if this was like a standard video game, and then there's just nothing, right? You just finish an Alan Wake session, there's no bosses, and it's like, yeah, that wouldn't fly in like a more action-oriented horror game. But it's fine here, because there's so much interesting shit. I think not just going for a convention there is fine. It's like they already kind of are aping the system already. It's like that, you know, it doesn't need to follow every beat. I really like her her fucking fan fiction, her romance where Alan Wake comes and saves her.
Rose woke up from another dream from her idol.
It's
Another message. All through her morning routine, she was humming happily. So happily, she realized she was starting to forget what Alan had told her. Something about a hero who would come to save them all. And the hero... Rose frowned.
It's good taste, right?
Rose Marigold. You know better than to forget. Something about knitwear. The hero liked it? Rose nodded, determined. She'd use the knitwork to guide the hero to the secret stashes she had hid in the forest to help them. Knitwear to mark the spot. Alan will love that, she thought. Now she only needed the knitwork. Rose thought hard. Mandy May was always knitting. Mandy May would help her.
That's great. Yeah, I don't know what the owls are about. I'm sure there's some symbolism. And what do owls do? They watch it, they can see in the dark. They can turn their head like a swivel. Always watching. I don't know. Bird of prey type of shit. But yeah. And like I said, it's one of those things too. God, Jesus, dude. I really need to get these inventory upgrades. I don't know where they are. But, need them. I can at least find a spot to put my shit away. Not for me right now. Let me drop my shit off. I'll go check that out. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of games. But no, there's rare you just get a game that's like a master of everything kind of deal. Some of the most interesting games are the ones that, like, you know, maybe they got a few pain points, but they just really succeed at doing particular things. I feel like Remedy's kind of in that sort of realm. I don't think their gameplay's ever been just like really bad. I mean, even Quantum Break is like, it's okay, man. I really don't like the stack size on this shit. I already have no room for anything, dude. Now all of a sudden I've got even less. Like, what am I just supposed to destroy these? Might have to start carrying more loot. Till we get these other rows. No, you definitely don't. I don't think Control needs to be shat on for gameplay. Like, at worst, it's like lukewarm. I mean, the thing is, you gotta understand from my point of view, too. I played Control's gameplay with like 12 FPS. And even I thought it was fine. I mean, if you're playing on like PC or something, it's like, I really don't see where people would be getting off too much. Like I said, it's like with this, it's like when someone asks me which part's better, I'm just like, I'm so kind of caught up in everything, it's kind of hard to really even like make those sorts of calls. The same with the gameplay, I think it works enough and you don't even think about the individual stuff sometimes because the package is just kind of so solid that it's just not really a problem. She doesn't have much live action. Honestly, I probably have enough ammo in here to last me the rest of the game without finding a single pickup. Probably don't even need to worry about it much, but you know, whatever. I'm just gonna keep rocking. Amassing wealth of resources is kind of just like a mark of how good we maybe did. It's kind of like a fun thing. Then you never know. Maybe that is gonna get crazy. Yeah, she doesn't have any live action parts, really. I mean, there's moments where you see her actor, but it's usually when she's like looking inside mines and stuff, so. I would generally say, yeah, nothing really on that front. I'll be able to just carry a lot more goofy shit when I get an upgrade on my stash. Or my personal carry-on. I don't know where the fuck the those upgrades are, but hopefully when I go explore everything, we'll find something.
There's a rhyme over here. Doesn't look right. Okay.
Some of these are, you kind of need a trial and error a bit of it. There's a lot of interpretations of some of those riddles, but it ain't a big deal. But yeah, it's just one of those games where you break apart the pieces of it, and it's like maybe you could like find some complaints, but then at that point you're comparing things to completely different stuff, right? Like, would this game be better with RE4 remake actions? Like, probably not. You'd have to have more enemy density, more upgrade kind of like frequency and paths and loot setups, and probably less long moments with no story and all that shit. Jesus, dude. It's kind of one of those things, like, you know what I mean, I'm definitely not one to shy away from criticism, but yeah, in this case, I don't think it's really matters much. Like I said, control, there's a little bit more meat there to probably dig into it. But what it does well, it does so well that it's like, it's hard to really even mind. So, if its art direction was any less good, its set pieces maybe I'd have felt different, but yeah, that rocket thing's pretty good. Nice to have one of those around. Rarely do enemies get together like that. Chance to stun enemy on flashlight boost. Increases quality and quantity of resources found. There's definitely some charms I'd love to get. are put on, but I don't have enough slots. I just have the 3. He joked around about having more charm slots. I'm like, oh, maybe I will get more. But I haven't seen heads or tails of that. So maybe there isn't.
She wasn't ready.
I don't think I missed anything here. It depends on if I can get into the shack. I don't think I can.
Just around the corner.
Yeah, in Alan's parts even more so. Like in these parts, if you're not into the slow Pacific Northwest crawl, where you're getting a bit more of the human, elements and characters, like I could see where the action is where you'd want to. People would be looking for like an out, but it's like I like this kind of shit, so I'm all about it. It was like the one thing that like The Last of Us 2 like made me even like kind of like it for. Is it's just like 20 to 30 hours in a really good looking atmospheric Pacific Northwest environments. Now that game obviously does not have the surrealism or really a good story, and it's got a pacing problem, and the gameplay's great. The gameplay is good in that. If you like stealth. That one you feel very like, I gotta, like if I'm smart, like you try to be smart with it. And I hate giving Last of Us 2 any credit, but like you got to where it is, right? Like it's a great looking game with good atmosphere, with varied environments, with, well, maybe not like, traditionally crazy cool gameplay. If you play it kind of slow and smart and tactical, there's actually a fair bit of reward for being able to sneak around and play with enemies and be smart. And it's kind of got also survival horror, kind of like looting and crafting kind of sort of stuff going on. It's not too bad. So, there are games that kind of blend stuff like this in a way, and that pace kind of will matter more or less depending on the crowd and the kind of series it is and shit. I like when games slow down a bit when it's all action all the time. I tune out and get bored. No, sure, absolutely. I mean, some of my favorite games are Glacial. There's a difference between, in my mind, being slow and pointless or padded, and slow but like by design. Like, it's like slice of life, like in an anime or something, right? Like, even in something like that, it's technically slow because when you compare it to like, some kind of cocaine-fueled crazy action thing. But like every scene should have purpose, whether it's character development, setting an atmosphere, setting up an action sequence maybe later or something, like a lull before the, like it's when it's like slow but there's no point, or like they don't know where to pace the slow shit. In this, it's like you really get into the atmosphere. Every scene looks good. There's usually some kind of dialogue. You're developing the mystery. Like the Alan parts are, they throw a little freshness on it there. I don't know. I don't mind slow at all. And I mean, I play it super slow in this kind of game. And I'm still fine with it. It just depends. Oh yeah. Uncharted, it's always lauded as a really great series, and I think there's definitely great things about them, but I've just never really been like, man, this is the pinnacle, right? I think part of it is what you're saying, where it does kind of like your eyes start glazing over, especially in the first game. The other ones have a less of that problem you're talking about, but the first game especially does. Where it's just non-stop shooting, And the gameplay, the gunplay, like don't get me wrong, non-stop shooting and something like Doom, I'm all about it. I love it. I love non-stop crazy action. But the thing is, it's much more dynamic. There's much more interesting levels. Like Uncharted is generally like linear with set pieces. You climb, like Uncharted 1's a great example. You climb around, enter an arena with like 10 dudes, take them out, and then you climb around again, and then you enter another arena with 10 dudes, and it's very like monotonous. The other games, they'll try to mix it up. It's like these guys are climbing and you're climbing, or, you know, you'll fight guys on like a train, you know, with great set pieces and shit. But it's when it's just like arena to arena to arena, it's not as fun. But for something like a Doom, it's like, it's one big level you're exploring and you don't know what's around every corner. It's very fast, right? Fluid. You can react really quickly. Or something like Uncharted, like, it's fluid, but it's not like you feel like you're really tightly in control. It's still very much tied to like animations and looking pretty. I don't know. Yeah, if you're trying Uncharted 1, it's easily the worst one by like a fair bit. You don't need to know much between the games. I would say if you don't like 2, just don't bother with the rest. 2 is like the high point. And while 3 and 4 have some really good visuals and some solid set pieces too, they're all better than 1. I would say they've got some low, but like 3 stories kind of whatever, and 4 feels like it's beating the horse at this point. But oh wait, no, there's the spin-off too with the 2 chicks. That one's not as bad as 1, but it's close. That one feels like the most pointless exercise. It's just for money. I mean, there wasn't like some big vision on that one. I think they're worth playing. I think they're good, but yeah, they don't do a whole lot for me. And I'm like I love Indiana Jones and shit, so it's not like I hate the source material, or not source material, the influence or anything, the kind of game. Yeah, like I said, it's only in the first game I ever felt that weeb. And I mean, it does depend on the person there, I suppose, but I mean, if you just don't like action in general, like, then yeah, Uncharted is just probably not the way to go. I think the first one has the most bland action. So I would say give 2 a shot. Like Weep said, there's a fair bit of puzzling and set pieces, and they do a good job of mixing up like verticality and stuff to kind of make the battles feel more tight. Now the gameplay is the same from all the games. Like if you just don't like the feel of like his movement and the gameplay, like you get a few extra tricks in 2 and beyond, but it's mostly the same. With that fucking gun sound effect where it sounds like he's crunching an apple every time you get fucking ammo. That shit's like burning my brain. I always hated that sound effect. I don't know why. But yeah. Yeah, I think they're good games. I'm not in the camp where I think they're like great games. Like, but if you're looking for anything, you know, close to like an Indiana Jones, it's pretty good. I don't think I like the quippy dialogue as much. I don't think it has the charm of like an indie. Or anything like that, but it gets close. Climbing different shit with Nate, yeah, that's the one that really popularized the climbing rock faces in a set piece game kind of thing, but it does it well. And I can't blame the game for, you know, something that got overused by too many like genres that really shouldn't be doing it in every single fucking game, right? Like Stellar Blade didn't need that shit and it didn't do it well. Where it's like in Uncharted, it's like you are shooting vertically, you're climbing stuff a little bit more smoothly, throwing grenades and stuff off of fucking signs and shit. And I think it's cool. I don't think it's like ultra crazy smooth, like I'm playing some like fucking crazy like flow state platforming shooting game or something, but it's cool enough, man. Whose room is this, man? Find out later. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, I mean, I haven't played the Golden Abyss or whatever, the Vito game. That's the only one I haven't played, but definitely skip the first one if you don't like the second, then yeah, it's over.
Those people just burst in here and expect others to clean up after them.
But yeah, I don't know. What were we talking? Yeah. I'm down with games that are all action and stuff. It's just there's a way to execute on it, right? I'm down with games with no action. It just depends. I mean, depends on what they're going for. They spice it up if it's got the depth or another element. Like this isn't all action, but that's not what it's about. And they nail what they are making it about. The atmosphere and story and all that. So. I just think the gameplay works really well with that. Yeah, I liked Lies of P quite a bit. It was solid. I don't think it's like what should I say? I was gonna say not on the FromSoft type of level, but I would say, I mean, it's better than Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 2. Out of any Souls clone I've played, I say it's probably the closest thing to actually getting the quality that you'd want from like a solid FromSoft game. Not that there's not other good Souls-like type of
Another
things.
cult
But,
stash.
2, 3. But yeah, I think Lies of P is really strong for a dev that hasn't really done anything. When you compare it to like Stellar Blade, which tries to do like a semi-Souls-like thing, I think Lies of P clearly is like, I mean, just aping all sorts of stuff, but in a very acceptable way. Like, they go all out on the quality of life. Every bit of quality of life you'd ever wish you'd had in a Souls game, they've got. You know, they're trying to find what improvements they can in the genre, but it still owns its own, like, kind of Pinocchio, Geppetto, like, steampunk, nursery rhyme kind of setting. And still does cool things with build variety and, like, kind of hybrid, like, Sekiro sort of action gameplay. It's cool. It does its own thing. It's neat enough. My only problems with that one was there wasn't maybe enough spice. Like, there's no, like, big, like, surprising, like, moments, right? Like even in, like, Dark Souls, you know, the dragon will land and do some crazy shit, you know, there's things that'll surprise you. It's pretty much just what you see is what you get on Lies of P the whole way through, but it's really solid. Good boss encounters and cool enemy design. It's really good. I definitely recommend it. I find it interesting they did some Sherlock Holmes Mind Palace things in this game. It seemed intriguing. Yeah, I like the idea of the Mind Palace. I was hoping that the detective-y parts would be a little bit more involved and you'd have to think about it a bit more, but I figured it probably wouldn't end up that way. It's a little less something you engage with intellectually and something that's more flavor. I like the location, and I like what it means for the story, and I like how this is where you upgrade and everything, and it's just all on the fly. I think that's really cool. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it, but yeah, I mean, the case port ends up kind of turning into, you know, it could pretty much autofill itself, and it wouldn't be a big deal. But I think what it does provide is like more. Sorry, I got distracted there. Inner monologues, analyzing of the story, or hitting like different beats of the story. Like maybe, you know, they didn't talk about something with the character, but you'll like think about it here, maybe. it adds like a different angle or fleshes stuff out, and I think it's valuable for that. And yeah, it looks cool. It helps that even though Alan has the same type of thing, it actually doesn't really, you don't really spend that much time in it compared to hers. So kinda, I like that they don't, there's little things like that that they do well, where it's like, you know, she has a lot more upgrading and inventory and stuff like that, where Alan's a bit more like focused, and he doesn't go into the mind palace, but he has a lot more trippy visuals and all that stuff. His is a bit more of like a kind of like focus kind of campaign, or hers you get a little bit more like diversions and stuff like that.
At least the fishes are biting again.
It's subtle, but I mean, that's cool. Yeah, I definitely recommend Lies of P. If you like Souls likes, you should play Lies of P for sure. If you haven't played a whole lot of Souls stuff, I think there's probably, it wouldn't be like my first one I'd recommend, but it's up there for sure. It's good. And it's really impressive, like I said, out of a Korean developer that really hadn't done much before that. I think they did like some MMO shit. So. Cool.
He wouldn't just wander off and not tell us. Especially after all the weirdness at the lodge. I'm worried, Jules.
Well, I'm fucking worried too. You just had to follow some stupid internet rumors and solve the riddle. Okay. One of us needs to stay at the lodge in
There you
case
go,
Marcy
Liam.
shows up. And the other one should go out looking for her.
If we canvass the woods, we're sure to find some tracks or something.
Based.
Some hints to her whereabouts. We can even use some of our equipment.
This is not the time to...
I do think slow-paced stuff that's like quality is more rare for sure. I think because it's less mass appeal. A slow burn story that takes its time and has like a that kind of atmosphere you don't get as often, so it can be refreshing. Yeah. Or something like low scale. And maybe in games. I mean, I think it's easier. Well, there's some slow games too. Like I said, I think in general, it's not like it's rare to find like a slow game.
It's all toy.
And I guess it's about slow quality, not just literally being slow, like padded slow, like boring paced, right? Like there's plenty of like 100-hour bloated monstrosities that have way too much time just doing boring shit. It can feel slow, but not because of a lack of intent. It's just poor execution.
These anyway.
Fuck is working again. What?
I can't get through this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. I didn't expect them to kind of, like I said, do some more like,
So what do you think that whole thing at the lodge was about?
like I said, some kind of like intellectual detective thing where you have to really like think about stuff and piece it together. Even like just a little bit. But
Remember how it went last time? The sacrifices we made?
it's okay.
Pain, it's happening again.
Like I would have more of a problem with it if I didn't like the story and all that so much so far, or just like the atmosphere and everything. Like I said, you'd still get something out of the Mind Palace by connecting it, and it just feels good to complete it. It's all good. But I could definitely see somebody be like, ooh, I'm playing FBI. I do like the first 2 hours feel very detective-y. And then it's like you don't really think about stuff much anymore. You're asking questions all the time. It's a mystery. But it's more like the state of like the reality and less like what is happening here and there. You've acquired Jimmy Swimmy 3? Dude, let me know how it is. I don't think they've sent it to me still. Yeah, he was jamming, man. Maybe it's in order now because the Gods of Asgard one is fixed. I don't know. I was like, we did the first two Endless Ocean, so I'd like to do Luminous. So, I mean, I've got the slots. As long as it's short and shit, I'm fine. Full murder mystery. That could be interesting. They do good dialogue usually, and really good atmosphere and concepts. I do wonder if like a much more like you gotta think about stuff and things have to be like tighter. I wonder how they'd handle that. Like I would say Control doesn't really have like the best, most interesting character dialogue and stuff, but it's really cool conceptually, really good atmosphere and really cool setting and like ideas like the SCP type of thing. I guess it depends on the kind of mystery. Yeah, I wonder what like a murder mystery would be like there. And I mean Max Payne has fun dialogue. Yeah, it could be cool. They do surrealism so well. Seeing them go all action with Quantum Break was like kind of wasn't very good. No way anybody played it before you. Yeah, they sent it before it even came out. It just drops you in. That's how the game starts. Like what, a tutorial? Pretty dark in there.
Another cult box.
Town hall, the park. And the park's trash can. We've seen some of these. Are saves even kept on the cards on the Switch? I don't remember. Because I've never played a single Switch game and had it already pre-set up.
We learned
And
from
I've
the last
played a
time,
lot.
didn't we? Fought our way through it, held fast.
Must just be a weird start, huh?
Now look at us. As thick as thieves.
So here's the gazebo, the park. Interlinked vertical. I mentioned a trash can, but
I'm sure whatever is coming is going to be a cakewalk.
town hall. I don't know where town hall is. Town hall. Nobody's talking to her. Just hearing people mumbling. Park trash can. Town hall. I mean, I didn't see anything on the trash can though. I don't know which place is town hall. There's politicians' things out here, but that's about it. Oh, this isn't even the trash can. Whatever. So horizontal. Is that a horizontal? Or vertical? I'm assuming the horizontal is lined up there. Ass to ass, horizontal, vertical interlinked. And then God. Town hall whisper. This was second. Did them all out of order. What a stash. I can't even fucking hold the shit, man. Oh. Guess they left. Let's leave the flashbang there. Said I need some fucking inventory, man. These rocket flares only being one. Rough. They drop a lot now. Still two more we're missing. Still Mark. They might be in the police station. Oh. We never grabbed this one. I got too distracted looking for other shit. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, totally forgot to even check.
It's a good thing the flooding's done away with, too. It's like the water's in a better mood. So am I.
Yo, nice, we got it. One of the upgrades. Now I can go grab shit. Jesus. Alright, let's go clean up the other areas. I'd imagine we have everything we need. The bolt cutters. It's gonna be a lot of running. For sure. But I like to clean it out. Optional, investigate the previously flooded area. An area that I didn't see flooded here. Don't tell me I can walk out onto the sandbar, brother. That would be fucked. was more somewhere. I mean, we'll come back. We gotta come. Three more stashes in general. The nursery rhymes, there's 2. 6. Alright. All the shit up there. This is not anything. There's all this shit over here. What the? Oh, what I'm after. Hello? Nothing in there.
Can't be opened on this side. More Maxman. Dude was just defending everyone, God.
got gone, man. Oh.
Animals stayed away from the water's edge as if to avoid some unseen submerged predator waiting just below the dark surface. They never drank the water from the lake. Birds flew around it, never over. Darkness flowed from Cauldron Lake. Gaze in the black mirror of the lake, you'd see it all around you, and you'd understand. It was already out, already where you were. It was already too late. Cauldron Lake used to be alive with people. Beautiful forests, hiking trails leading to stunning vistas. Then the government put up a fence, kept the people out. Volcanic gas, they said. They didn't want anyone knowing the truth. The lake wasn't a lake at all. The dark water a mask to hide the hungry, bottomless ocean below. A fence couldn't stop the flood that was coming. Nothing could. The return of the nightmare rising from the depths.
What was it? It was a puddle. On the side
Another locked box.
What the fuck am I looking at? Well, explore hard enough. Hopefully we find the key. This looks not a combo.
There's another lunchbox.
Damn, she's getting tricked, man. By Scratch, I think. But her fan fiction, her romance, fan fiction for Wake is so funny.
Aiming through the scope, Saga could see the flickering darkness that protected the Taken, saw it waver and jerk, saw a shifting opening in it. There, she fired, sending the bullet through to find its way home.
Another rhyme.
I doubt they were planning to make a connected universe now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had like a few little ideas here and there for like a sequel or expanded on what everything was. I mean, they did do American Nightmare and shit. And it does leave off with him trapped, right? But Marvel, I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Because sometimes shit just gets in the zeitgeist like that. I mean, multiverses and connected universes have been around for a long time. People trying to find connections with everything. I mean, it could be. It's possible. I mean, that was definitely like pop culture. The most prominent connected universe, but I mean, even stuff like Star Wars had like spin-offs, right? You know, like yeah. It's that they seemingly look unconnected, but then they kind of are, as I think, where it's kind of like maybe you could. I mean, even Mario has like like the Wario franchise and shit. So it's like it's weird. It's hard to say. I mean, there's definitely like clear cut. Like, yes, this is a company trying to ape the Marvel money making thing with like the DC with the Godzilla franchise. They try to do the monster one with Tom Cruise that failed. It's kind of like live service games, right? There's like clearly like, you know, this is just trying to make a buck, but I don't know. In this, I think Connected them just kind of feels a bit more like it's probably just fun than it is like probably trying to ape a certain style to try to make a buck. Right? Like when I think Marvel, I think a huge interconnected thing of movies, not just because it's like artistically like the best thing to do, but because it like keeps people interested in like going and buying and paying for tickets and like establishing this like juggernaut IP kind of thing where like everybody's interested in every movie because there's like a running plot. Like it's not necessarily about the story. It's almost like kind of the more corporate. Like there's a goal, right? Like more of like a greedy goal in it. Or this, it's like it doesn't have that vibe, and it's not really big enough. But yeah, I doubt they did back in the day. I think they work everything in pretty cleverly, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe more than we expected that they had planned on doing, but then they lost the rights to Alan Wake for a long time. So they did try to get it back, right? It's not like Alan Wake 1 ever did really well. And I mean, since Microsoft or whatever had the IP, it's like that they got it back and made it, even though it's a niche thing. Like they probably had plans, but I think the Control universe and all that was probably not ever planned. It just became a part of it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you know, let's connect." Like maybe from the onset of Control, it was planned to be connected, but I don't think Control was ever a plan when they made Alan Wake 1, right? It just doesn't feel like it would be. That's my headcanon, though. Who knows? Maybe Sam Lake had it all planned out. But there's enough things here that don't rely on stuff that are like. I mean, because it's so like rewriting reality and timey-wimey ish. Like you can like retcon shit. It doesn't even have to look like a retcon. And I mean, a lot of the stuff that happened in the first one, it doesn't like it's a direct sequel, but it's like, and they'll talk about other characters and expand on it, but it's like it's still kind of sort of doing its own story. So in a lot of ways, it's like, you know, I feel like if they were both planned to be super sequels from the start, it would probably be a bit more of like a like heavy connections there, right? Like certain character arcs would finish in the second game, and you know, that kind of shit. It's hard to say. It'd be interesting to learn. I mean, he does do interviews with plenty of people. I probably should go listen to their interviews when I'm done with this. It's probably just going to be people interviewing them on the musical. How hard was the musical? That kind of shit. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Made her.
How long did the Alan Wake DLC take to come out after Control did? Usually DLCs are thought out pretty far in advance and are already in pre-production by the time the game comes out. So maybe the DLC was a way to like spark a bit more interest in it and like kind of a little connection, and you know, maybe to get people interested in Control in a way, but I mean, they did have to buy the IP, so it's like clearly they were interested in some capacity. I mean, yeah, they could have been testing the waters, but who knows? I think they bought Alan Wake IP like, was it 2017, 2019? I don't remember even.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Those sacrifice ones again.
hate to see them like this.
Oh, sorry. I meant the Alan Wake DLC for Control. My bad. Because the point I was getting at was like, you know, you can kind of just throw some connections into Control just on the side, right? And it was like maybe they were trying to force those connections and rev it up a little bit more with the DLC. But if the DLC came out all ways after Control did, then it feels like an idea maybe they had later on when they had more control of Alan Wake. But if it was there from the beginning, who knows? Maybe they always planned on doing Alan Wake shit from the beginning with Control. It was like a month after, right? It's like clearly they planned on connecting Alan Wake even before Control even was for sale, right? So like, because I mean, what's in Control by default is pretty light, right? They could have just thrown that in there for shit. My thing is they probably always intended to have Control be a little connected, but I don't know if they ever planned on Control existing when Alan Wake 1 came out. It's one of those things they've probably answered in an interview and like super easily. But I feel like Control's a little too different. Yeah, it seems most believable. Four. Six. Two. 4. And when did Control come out? Yeah, it's way too far away. I mean, there are some things where I feel like, you know, a creator sits on an idea forever and they'd really love to continue it, but they lose, you know, the IPs or something. But Control feels too different. It just kind of works out that I think it can be tied in a pretty smooth way. Okay, 2019. So they probably intended the Alan Wake shit once they started Control. Well, I don't know, actually. They didn't get the Alan Wake IP back until like 2018, 2019. Control, I'm sure, had a 3-4 year dev time. You don't just start making a DLC for something you don't have control of, so who knows. You'd imagine that the Alan Wake tie-in was pretty late, too. Unless they just got permission to use it and then they got full control later. Totally could have happened. I don't know the full story there. Control. Yeah, see, I could see him having ideas for Alan Wake 2 pretty early. Because, I mean, they did American Nightmare, and then obviously he probably wanted to do more, and it just never worked out. Relations with Xbox probably kind of blew a little bit after Quantum Break, and I imagine there was ideas always there. But, yeah, I don't think it was ever intended as, like, a hard sequel. They just don't have that kind of, like, connection. I think they're very well done in how connected they are, but like I said, I mean, like, it's not an episode 1, episode 2 thing. Is this one? Code outside too. I forgot it was 4-2 something. Now at this point on, I mean, they're connected. They can do stuff with them. This is definitely connected control, but it doesn't feel like it's like overly connected. Where they'd be like hamstrung. And I think that's important for like creating another sequel or making like a connected world, or like even having surreal games, just the tone, right? If it's too like in your face and like clear cut, I mean, I feel like it loses a lot of. Like, you don't want all the answers and all the mystery solved in something like this. So. Having too many games or something in one like universe could kind of give you a little too much detail. So we'll see where they go. And they just keep spawning new guys all the time. I do kind of wish they wouldn't respawn dudes. I'd rather have a tighter loot game with like more difficult enemies. Try to be smarter and not just have dudes respawn when I walk 5 feet away. Doesn't feel very immersive. It's really fucking hot. Jesus. have to sit here and hear these guys. I don't want to walk the back street here too, but you can't even open this, so maybe you can't. I don't know what this riddle's about. If it has to do with the kids thing or what, but close this again before I forget. 426 or something. 624. I'm tired already. Hey, did your mom?
We won't watch. Like a brittle egg.
Must be some secret key around here somewhere. I kind of hope it's like in this zone, not like a million miles away.
We will watch it eat your mind.
They're literally the same fucking guy.
Lost. Stop her.
This is they spawned a hammer guy in. That's a lot of ammo.
She wasn't ready.
I can make a crazy, huge budget, dark, gothic fantasy game. That'd be cool. With their art design, they could do like a dark gothic fantasy. Pretty good. Now, I mean, when people say the fantasy, that, you know, it's usually been more gameplay oriented. Or there's a lot more systems at play there, right? There's not many just fantasy games that are just like cutscene simulators. So I'm curious how they would really push it, right? Because they generally have just done shooters forever, right? And even then, they don't have like the best shooting. I mean, it's good. It works great. They work great in this. Like I said, it's very refined or cohesive, but it's not like you could just do the gameplay of this, and it's just like, you know, it stands on its own. I'd be curious to see them try like a fantasy thing. I mean, it'd be fun to have like a more like this, like slow, story-oriented exploration thing with just a bit of combat. Because I mean, most fantasy games, like I said, are like very combat-oriented. I mean, there'll be dialogue, like, you know, stuff like Elder Scrolls or Baldur's Gate is very dialogue-heavy as well. But I feel like those things, those role-playing elements, tend to be kind of in tandem with a lot of action or gameplay. But I'd be down to have something like this, but in like a darker fantasy setting. I don't know if these are useful. Plague Tale. Let's hope not. I mean, I didn't get Plague Tale or nothing. The second one I think I liked better. I don't know. It had like one or two moments. It wasn't too bad. I mean, I don't think they were good or great. They're fine. The second one at least has the balls to kill the kid and just stick with it. Which is, I was like, alright, you know. But, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cute. I mean, more dark fantasy is always good. Like, really dark fantasy. Not like, oh god, there's some violence in my fantasy setting, guys. Holy. Like, you know, just like really, like, they just dripping with atmosphere. What is this, man? Like, what am I looking at? I feel like every time you walk in the light, they respawn something. Look, there's like 2 dudes out here now. What is up with this, man? Like, if you're gonna put a puzzle out here, don't fucking respawn the enemies. No, I just want to look the fucking shit up, dude. I don't want to fucking bother. You know, under the castle, through the bridge, the hut, the marsh, and the breeze. Yeah, I think the respawning too. Oh. Well, we could just move on and maybe we'll find the stuff for this over here. This is goofy though.
riddles.
I think there's 3 of them. Am I supposed to be like looking through all these cabins, like, because this is like the icy place because the fridge is open or something? And then you go into the trees. But I mean, I've already done that. Are we looking for the tree that says 3 on it? Is there a tree that says 3? That's 6, 2, and 4. It's like. That's 2. Alright. I have no idea what that riddle was. Did anybody figure out what that was all about? That picture? I mean, it was leading to that, but I guess because 2 was the on the tree there. I guess the idea is you're supposed to follow through the cabins until you get to the trees, but I feel like you would just find it naturally and see the 2. It was a little odd. Yada yada yada. Much better than the math test, that's true. You made some chicken? Uh-oh, too salty. Overdid it. Isn't, yeah, Brian just pretty much just full salt in it pretty much. Salt Wawa. Well, now you know at least. I need to get all the way over there. I wonder if Rose, like, tells you where all these are at some point. Yeah. Some sauce.
This is not the right way.
Okay, they won't let you take.
I have a case to get back to.
How many of these am I missing here, anyways? Missing one in Cauldron Lake. One in Bright Fall. Huh. Wonder where the one I haven't found is. Let's go look over there. When I search this place pretty damn through. Respawning at me. I think if you're gonna have like this level of backtracking to grab a few little things, you gotta go easy on the you gotta go easy on the respawning enemies, man. Nobody wants to go back through everything they did, then have just as many, if not more, enemies sitting around there. flare. Rocket flare. Not the juiciest loot.
Let my twin in the other office lead the way.
Twin in the other office. In the hotel. I feel like I should probably look up this last Cauldron Lake one, just not because I don't have the patience to want to like run all the way back, but I just don't know if it's like worth running through the map like twice more possibly in case I do miss it over here, or if it's gonna be story locked. I don't think she tells you. We've got all the cold stashes here, so it's really just this last one. Yeah, I'll see what. Because we still got to run through Watery and everything, so. This is one of those that doesn't have these in the order they're here. This one. Maybe. Ooh, fucking trip back, man. Information's not very good. People will just tell you all of them, but not like which one on the storyboard it is. Literally turn around and there's like 20 dudes just spawned. I just think looking for this one's gonna give me a worse penny of the game because we're gonna be running around a little too much. There's too many respawns, man. I gotta say on that, man. And you can't like outrun them really. They just teleport. There's just a point where they stop finally. Like I would have gotten this one already, but we'll see.
Another one of those lunch boxes.
Okay. That looked pretty hard at the beginning, but this is in between two blocked off areas, so there's not really any reason to think you could even get over here, but there's a little slip in. One fragment. Jesus. It's like nothing. Probably because it was early. I think we're done with Cauldron Lake. Let's get out of here. I think really like 2 points for your car would be good, but I mean, really, this is just like a running around for side stuff thing. It's not really a big deal. It's not like a whole lot of stuff. All right. Oh, didn't the deer say to do something about leading in the other office? Let me go try to see something about that before we run all the way through water again here. Put this away.
They think they're so mysterious, their ridiculous masks. Children in costumes.
I assume they say other office, they mean the place that looks just like where we were. What the? The deer. Okay, I was like, it's gotta be the other locked door, right? Am I about to hear a bed with a deer? What's going on? Oh, damn loot. Guess I'm not allowed to get that loot. Holy Jesus, dude. Like poacher's leg. There's nothing because of the fucking like that loot shit. I'll check the rest in a sec. I really don't want them to give me rocket stuff. Too many of these things, man. This is too much shit. That's cool though. The deer walking around and shit. Okay, I can't pick this up. I'm bugged. Yeah, just give me ammo. Those stack pretty high. I don't need more flares and healing. That's cool. I mean, you just get a lot of ammo. It would be cool if there was like, you know, like a arm upgrade or something. But I mean, it was quite a bit of ammo. Cool little Easter egg almost. It's fun. I got time to stop trying to game the system and just walk around with a decent amount of ammo because I can't hold anymore. Alright. Well, we need to go down here, and then I think that'll lead us there. And then we need to go here. I might start here. Because we also need to find the last stash. Or the lunch boxes, excuse me. I wouldn't mind getting the stash first, because it's like one of the last ones, so it has to be the one with inventory upgrade. Is it in here? There's definitely some space. Yep. I got a lot of these, bro. Like we could just use them, really. I don't think they're gonna ease off either. I definitely would have liked if this was like a flare gun thing instead. It fills up so much inventory. But it does get more inventory, I suppose.
There's another cult stash.
Darkness and rain. Couldn't escape its gravity. I got it. Left lung.
Little mini boss guys. These together. There's the other one. Little plastic thing.
Well, now there's less monsters.
No, there's not. They respawn infinitely, so I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, those guys don't probably because they're like mini bosses. You'd hope they wouldn't, but they just keep going. Spare parts. Two cups. Three cups. One rocket. Two rockets. Three cups, two rockets. Is there more than they seem? Looks like the inside have some. Five cups. Oh, the cups are for the Ferris wheel. 5 cups. 4 rockets. 2 boats. Two boats. 5 cups. 4 rockets. But you can kind of see the numbers on some of these. Yeah. Where's my inventory size, bros? It must be in the fucking police office, man. there's one there. I already found one pack upgrade in Bright Falls. Well, let's go down south and hope we find it on the way. Oh, I forgot about these. I don't know if I got all the things hiding around.
More of those rhymes.
The rhymes. The old man who could not see.
Right.
Lumber mill. Didn't this guy say his lighthouse key was in his tree?
I just walk up and check, but then I'd have to fucking deal with more respawning enemies, dude. Do I have the key already? Aldrin Lake's missing one still. Oh, Jesus. I'm missing one of the dolls too. I mean, this just must be the info we're missing. I just missed the single one that had the info, I guess. Is there another one in the rental cabin I missed? Thing is, it detailed the amount too, right? I can barely see. I think it does say it, but I can't tell. This is 221. This might not actually. This might be like a finale. Because there are finale ones. This is just information. pulling these motherfuckers in pairs. Like I said, I think I'd be okay just running around every map, fucking around if these dudes didn't respawn so regularly. I mean, I already am running around like a crazy man, but... Alright.
Hey, another charm.
Not really. Need some fucking space, man. I guess I could just sit on 30 shotgun rounds. Like, whatever. Just to open a little space. Apparently we can't get to this yet. It's like some kind of finale for something. I'm worried about this nursery rhyme. I honestly feel like this nursery rhyme is on the far north. I've just checked like a lot of this. Mm. Let's get running.
Parasite.
Jesus, where's the fucking way down? Yep. Well, if this info's right, the only one left is literally in the fucking farthest corner. Wouldn't be surprised if they like put them on the map at some point, but I'm not sure if there's like a point in return because I know I could get them all. Most likely right now, it's like, might as well. It's already a fair bit of hoofing it. I've looked pretty hard everywhere, so. Yes, I'm looking to do a few more circuits. Did I really not get this one? Oh, I did get it. But unless I reloaded a save, there's the one in this little thing which I remember grabbing, and then there's one all the way up on the lighthouse. I say putting most of the areas you're gonna backtrack to when you get bolt cutters and screwdrivers at the far side of every map. Probably not the most elegant. Like key item progression, backtrack type of shit. It's not a big deal. Like I love the game, but it's, like, it's a little, probably a little too much hoofing it for what it is, right? It's almost a fucking punishment for being interested in getting everything.
Just a couple more dings. I have to fix you up. I need to get your ship shape again so we don't both go down out there. You know I'd never leave you.
Bear Maiden. Test site and watery. Yeah, I'm glad I got this now. I'm sure this was the last one. I mean, there's one in here. Yeah.
Oh, another rhyme.
Girl.
Makes sense. Okay, then. And another charm.
Another save you from death charm. They really thought you'd be needing these, I guess. Filler charms, dude. Yeah, I do think also 3 charms is a little too late. I mean, I don't know, maybe you get another one. I'm hoping. Once again, these are nitpicks.
I hear some concerning things over from Bright Falls.
You mean that horrible affair at the lodge? Why is everyone running around shooting at everything nowadays?
I thought small towns like ours were supposed to be safe.
Sorry, buddy. You're born in the wrong small town. Got 5 slots are taken up by these rocket flares. Not the most thought out. That's one of the things you're shooting at everybody with them. I feel like if anything, I've been actually pretty liberal with them. I haven't found any more propane tanks. Honestly, I don't think the propane tanks are going to be necessary anymore. Just a Cauldron Lake one. got this one too. Did it reload? Or is there like a finale one for this and I just haven't seen it? That would kind of be shit. If they're like, hey, there's a certain amount of these in each area. And one of them's actually just totally not gettable. Oh no, wait, this is water. Bright Fall. I'm missing one in Bright Fall. What? I read my own thing wrong. Bright Falls, huh? Could be the police station. It's the only place we haven't explored, really. Just go ahead and do that. We'll see what happens.
This bridge got fixed quick.
I'm actually going to check this and see if this is a finale one too before I run back there. Okay, this is a finale thing, and then some people are saying there's like a weird, like, doll that like spawns on the last rhyme you did.
I wonder how many people talk to their boats.
Which would be really odd if it was the case, because why would I go back in here? I'm not gonna chat. Some people are saying they reloaded a save though. Oh, this. Yeah, somebody mentioned there's a case with the father doll that appears. Okay.
Witchfinder's Station. I've been there before. Worth checking out.
Jesus, dude. I didn't even notice this. It just looked like a thing sitting here. Like, what the fuck? Okay, can I pick it up, please? Bizarre. I would have never found that. I mean, it just spawned just off to the side, right? There's no way.
What if I take the weird doll to the place it's not supposed to go?
Ooh,
What's the worst that can happen?
agreed.
They're actually kind of cute the longer you look at them.
What is this Cauldron Lake rhyme then? Oh, is that Witchfinder? Okay. I guess we could do that first. Or I do a bit more story and hopefully get this last row of shit. We'll see. Okay. We need to go to the Witchfinders station. The other side of the map. Ooh. Jesus, alright. Alright. Like, I want to see what happens. God, Jesus. Dude. Oy, Mamma Mia. I would say up until this final point where you run around and go like clean up everything, the exploration and the tightness of it, the pace of it, pretty clean for what they're trying to do, right? I mean, it wouldn't be as tight enough if it was like a more like gameplay oriented, like Resident Evil type thing, but more immersive, kind of chill, slow burn type of thing. That's great. But I would say this point though, the last backtrack, I think like some way to get over there, like, you know, not have that over there. Because there's really nothing like on the way except respawning dudes. You know, this could have been flooded like up here or like down here. Right? I mean, like a second car point or like a boat, or like a fucking kind of like not zip line, but you know, like a gondola thing or some shit. Not a big deal, but it's definitely, you know, definitely something I'm thinking about a little bit, right? From before it never even crossed my mind. I'm really curious what's gonna be here. Because finding all the deer was cute. I mean, the reward was just kind of loot, but I don't know if there's really, even on hard that much point in that kind of loot. But it was a cool thing to see. That was just such a side thing, right? So, I expect something more major like this. The huge control tie-in thing would be a little bit more spicy. Am I not supposed to fill in some of these? Guess we're looking for water for the trickster, huh? Oh, the mother in the hat. Oh, okay. away from the sun. Should I put her somewhere else then? Like in the water? I mean, the tricky witch opened the lake. I assume the witch would be the water.
On our hero, the faraway father still kept an eye and told her not to stand out in the light too bright, while the loving mother and her hatchling only tried to survive. When a tricky witch opened
These are always so open interpretation. You said walk away from the light, but you could just leave it in the light. Do you leave it in the light? Do I put it on a different one? Is it because it has to do with light, or is it like literally that? That needs to move away from the light. Tricky witch. Do I have an actual witch? Bear, moose, wolf, crow. Deer, monster, child, the maiden, the hero. The other ones you have to kind of trial and error a bit. I mean, it's implied that the hero goes down to the lake. But then where's the trick there? Boat, shiny, sun. Make her blind. Kept an eye, but now she's blind. Oh my god, there's shit in the way.
While the loving mother and her hatchlings only tried to
It's like loving mother. Do you put it on the heart? Do you put it on the chick? Like, it's so open to interpretation, man. And the other ones, it wasn't a big deal because you could just swap them real quick, and there's only 2, so. Loving mother and hatchling. The hatchling and the mother. Just surviving, just chilling.
On our hero, the faraway father still kept an eye and told her not to stand out in the light too bright, while the loving mother and her hatchling only tried to survive. When a tricky witch opened a way into the dark lake, our hero, against all caution, did a bold step take, away from the sun which would make her blind to all that she could see.
It's long 'cause I gotta hear this fucker talk all the time, too.
When a tricky witch opened a way into the dark lake, our hero, against all caution, did a bold step take, away from the sun which would make her blind to all that she could see. On our hero, the faraway father still kept an eye and told her not to stand out in the light too bright, while the loving mother and her hatchling only tried to survive.
Is it because she's loving? For the heart? I'm pretty sure they tried that. Am I supposed to put the child on like the hatchling? That doesn't make sense.
On our hero, the faraway father still kept an eye and told her not to stand out in the light too bright.
Alright, man. This is a little goofy.
What the?
You did have to put the child randomly.
Are you receiving me?
Who is this? How do you know I'm here?
I've been monitoring your incessant tampering with my project. You have made some advantageous progress, however.
What project?
What project? So you've just been playing around with my test arrangements with absolutely no understanding of their function. The hubris.
Indeed.
But your interference with my research has come to its conclusion, and I'm interested to see the results. The trick, I believe, is in the manifestation of the nursery rhymes. Art becoming reality, the doorway being revealed, and or perhaps even someone entering it.
Get to the point.
Meddlesome and rude, I see. The point is that by your unwanted actions, you may have opened the way. And now I'll get to observe what exactly occurs when a subject crosses the threshold. No. Wait, that's not right. What is that? Do you see?
What? Hello? Hey, are you there? Sounds like this person got more than they bargained for. Ugh, this stuff again. There's something else in there, too.
Is it?
This will be handy.
Oh, yeah. A slot. Well, I'll take it. Gotta say, if I ever was gonna get an upgrade, I figured there'd be like 2, but I'll take it. Oh, it looks like there's room for 6. I doubt that's gonna happen. He got fucked up. Yeah. Well,
There's a lesson here. Probably something about hubris.
oh, he was sent to the dark
Man
place.
in lab coat messes around and finds
That'd
out.
be rough.
Called it.
Oh, alright. Time for the big run back. Massive run back. Gargantuan run back. At least we won't have to come back here again. I hope. Too, man. Just a nice leisurely jaunt through the calm woods would be alright, but you run into a pack of gaggling fucks, man. Loud as shit. asleep. Okay. What charm do we want? Increase time for darkness, shields regenerate. That's good on bosses. Increases damage that while undetected. Useless on bosses. And who knows how janky the detectant is. Millions from staggers, not great. That implies I'm getting hit. What are we doing? It's the stun enemy on flashlight boost. That's probably. Don't know what the chance is, but. This one's not bad. I like painkillers and trauma pads better, but I have so many. Be good for bosses because painkillers are the only thing you're reasonably going to use in a boss. But ain't no biggie. What do we got left? And it's like, man, I did a lot of searching too, so I imagine most people probably don't even bother. Have fun with it. Like I said, I would say this little jaunt trip probably been a little much. It's okay. We got one Bright Falls. One of these left. One at the nursing home. Path to the nursing home. Near the shore. In the woods. Maybe actually. I did not give this place the best once over. A bunch of enemies spawned in. I remember saying there wasn't really much here, and I just kind of focused on this dock. But I would imagine, if not here, I don't know. I don't know if it's a finale. Let me check my map. I have one here. There is supposed to be one in this boat area. Did I already grab it? I really hope not. That way we could just not have to do a huge trip. Oh, damn. Let's hope it's not the farthest one away. I'm just gonna leave this up. I saw this. I don't know if I got anything though.
We watch the night.
What are the chances I missed the one right here? Pretty low. But honestly, should I just check that I can run through like more chill environments? The off chance I missed this one. Fuck, dude. That means it's literally the max distance away. Because I'm pretty certain I got the one in the nursing home. Is it? How do they even get anything to this nursing home? This is another example of they could have just had like a little road or something in the back. Then it would be like, well, how come she didn't just walk over here? There's a road. Yeah, there's literally a road that leads back here. Have it unlock later. Perfect fast travel. I mean, once again, you really don't have to do this, and it is just kind of on the side, but it wouldn't hurt. Like, if you do want to go in and see everything, like I said, it's almost kind of like a little bit of a punishment on all this running, dude. He's still sitting out here after all that. It's just because I haven't forwarded the story. And I don't think the passage of like actual time matters much. It's possible this one is in the nursery home. I just missed it, but it's also really red over here, so I probably missed this.
Rustic. Dylan!
Hey, what's up, Tracker? Yeah, it is. I probably spent more
Son
in
of a bitch.
real world hours this entire this evening could possibly be in the game.
Townsfolk were anxious. Brackless floodwater. We will watch it eat your lost shadows. Your mind. Top 100 American small town. A lot of tourists this year. Can't.
Plenty of them. Yeah, thank you very much, Tracker. Yeah, we're doing a little backtrack and cleanup right now, so it's probably super boring. I appreciate you. Kind of hanging. Probably getting off pretty soon. Yeah, the environments are chill. They're nice to look at. Well, I don't mind. The respawning enemies kind of suck, and I've had to rerun through every single environment like 2 or 3 times, but they're always nice to look at, so this reminds me of fucking Apocalypse Now or some shit. Fuck.
Another Alex Casey lunchbox?
Here it is. Last one. Now to run all the way back across the map. At least I don't think there's any more side stuff. I mean, there's probably manuscript pages hidden somewhere, but as far as the cases go, it's normal. Yeah, it's supposed to be normal. I think it's just you know, stylized a bit, and everything's probably a little darker and duskier than it normally would be, and just a touch of style. Yeah, I mean, there is weird stuff going on, but I don't. There's been nothing that's like, you know, affecting the weather or anything. I mean, it could be.
Rose did all this for me. She completely believes that I am the hero in Wake's story. She should be a bit more critical of a person who tries to control people's lives.
I don't know if I really buy the whole Wake thing there. I don't know if it's gonna be some kind of twist, or she gets the wrong idea. And on the player side of things, I mean, you don't see much reason at all for any which way negative to Wake. I mean, there's implications of stuff. And she probably doesn't understand the full, how everything works. Don't know, I'm also kind of worried, like, are they gonna just go with that? Just gonna, like, dump on Wake the whole time? We'll see. Double the volume all of a sudden. The house of super volume equals scary. Loud equals scary. Yeah, so I imagine this little couple trip here is probably going to be the only thing even close to a low point for me, unless they really bungle the story, but... Definitely could have probably had some of the finales of these side shits a little closer. Just, some of the heads a little earlier. Not earlier, but more specifically. The thing is, like, if you don't have the hints, then you just run through the entire map like crazy. I've already done that. The fine-tooth comb. And even then, it's like we missed something, right? There might be something later, who knows? Shotgun reload time. I'd rather do feedback.
Saga fired the rifle, hit the Taken again, pulled back the bolt to reload. She fired again, another hit, faster, again, yet faster, again. A strange, lethal feedback loop forming, speeding up.
Although I hope it speeds up the kill shot. Yeah. Oh well. Let's at least get a taste of what's coming in this story. And then I'll stop. A little something come back to, huh?
Okie dokie. I don't like the sounds coming from the station.
Power's out. Always a good sign. Anyone here?
I'm here, in the closet.
Agent Estevez? Is that you?
Anderson? Didn't I tell you to fuck off?
Looks like it's a good thing I didn't.
Looks like. My leg's busted, so I'm gonna need your help. Listen, there's a person out there with you invaded by something that we call the Shadow, and if you
A Taken. Yeah, I'll handle it.
Bring about it!
All clear, Estevez. That leg doesn't look good.
Feels even worse.
Very close, yeah.
But thanks for saving the rest of me. We should talk.
What happened here?
Where to fucking start? We came to check out a system alert at Cauldron Lake, but it's worse than we could handle. Real boondoggle. The police, my own agents, most were invaded before we could even react.
What did the FBC come here to do?
Bright Falls is the site of a recurring Altered World event. The Shadow is stronger than we expected. We're low on resources, problems at HQ. But we do have equipment for dealing with the shaded threat. We were just caught off guard before we could set it up.
Have you found my partner, Agent Casey?
Yeah, we found him. Out in the woods. He had a close encounter with the Shadow, and it did something to him.
Is he okay?
He's alive. We took him down to the morgue for an examination. Haven't heard anything since the attack.
Where is Wake? I know what's going on here. Wake can fix this.
Alan Wake is a para-utilitarian. The word's a mouthful, so you know it's serious. We have him locked up in the holding cells per protocol. He's connected to the Shadow in some way.
Estevez, I need to see Wake. How do I get into the cell block?
Okay. Protocols don't mean that much at this point anyway. Don't make me regret this, Anderson. Until the power's back on, the door to the holding cells won't open. There's a fuse box downstairs in the basement. Here. You'll need these keys.
Back into the morgue, huh? Fantastic.
Ready. Like no loot's ever gonna appear again. I'm carrying around a healthy amount of ammo. Give me like a bullet, man. Memory loss. Rates of time and other neuroscience breakthroughs. UFOs, myths, and that. What the? Oh, it just keeps resetting. A through I, then reset it. Okay. Alright. Pump action, man. The lake area, I guess. What else are we looking for to get started here? Or am I missing something? We're gonna have to put this shotgun away. At least this will be a hard upgrade. In fact, I should probably just put it away right now. There's somewhere I can do that here? No. Super far away. Well, I'll be back. Oh wait, how am I gonna put this away? My inventory's...
Okie dokie. I don't like the sound.
This is not the way.
Oh, they won't let me go back. Okay, cool. Let's hope this pump action is not like massive, dude. I have to like leave it. I mean, I'm hoping that I grab this and it gives me like... Whatever. Is it like gonna be his name, like Tim? WBQ maybe? QBW? Seven. BW. Seven again. Wait. You. Three. 7 7 2 3.
I'm sure Sheriff Breaker wouldn't mind me borrowing this.
Yeah. Let's hope not. It's a nice upgrade. Oh wait. Does this count as a different gun on the weapon upgrade list? Oh great, I'm gonna upgrade it. Hold the fire button, activate auto fire faster while aiming. Stand still and aim steadily at a target to drastically reduce kickback. Minimize pellet spread for... Well, these aren't great, but... I don't know if it's supposed to be like New Game Plus or what, but you only get like half the upgrades. Which is fine, I mean you make choices, but it's kind of funny you can get every single upgrade material before you even pick up the last weapon. Like it looked like there was room for one more, but I was like, ah, maybe it's not, maybe it's just goofier. Oh well. Yeah, I don't have any space, so leave all this shit.
Holding cells. Is that where they're keeping Wake? Door's locked, though.
Did you read me, Anderson?
I read you. Have you had our frequency this entire time?
Eavesdropping is a big part of the job. But no, I got it from your partner. Anderson, look for a fuse to replace the blown out one in the fuse box. That should get the power going again.
Yeah. On it.
Can't use this flare. Please God. Considering this is the last dash, let this have the fucking
Another one of those
inventory
gold boxes.
upgrade.
A key? That's new.
It has. I'm guessing the last inventory upgrade then is in that lighthouse, which I can't get to right now. Hopefully there's a rest place in here. I'd love to at least put this fucking this other shotgun away. I could use the 2 ammo in it. Okay. How am I putting this away while still getting like space? I don't think I am. Okay, do I need this many full heals? I mean, it feels ridiculous to like take a full heal and like dump it. I'll at least like use part of it, I guess. all those shotgun upgrades. Like Tears and Rain. I don't need the shotgun yet. I mean, we could grab it on the way out.
Stay the fuck!
Casey! Is that you?
Anderson?
Hold your fire! I'm coming in!
Well, they mark stuff that you've left behind at least.
Hey, Anderson. Like what I've done with the place?
Could use a bit more light.
Funny.
How are you holding up?
Don't give me that worried look, Anderson. It's a flesh wound. Gave me a chance to have a nice chat about ex-wives with Kieran. Agent Estevez, I mean.
Making new friends, huh? I'm jealous. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What's the situation on your end?
What happened at the hotel?
Wake was telling the truth about the cult being after him. That thing, the dark presence, it's real too. I saw it. A fucked up monster cloud. Wake tried to warn me. It knocked me out. FBC found me in the woods later.
Watery turned out to be a good lead. Found the clicker and the cult. But the horror story's changing reality. Like Wake said it would. Logan, she's, the story claims she died here. But we can stop it.
Wait, Saga. What do you, Logan is gone. She has been. For a long time.
Casey's affected by the horror story, too. I'm fighting for them all now. I'm gonna fix this, Casey. You, Logan, all of it. I just need to get the power back on first.
Yeah, give him hell, Anderson. Just remember, some things in life can't be fixed with a light switch. As for the power problem, here. I found a fuse on those poor bastards there.
I'll take care of it. Stay put, Casey. I'll let you know when it's safe.
I'm not going anywhere.
Definitely suspicious. Sam Lake is a little sussy, to say the least. Could just be because he's such a big part of Ellen's story stuff. But could be it. We are looking for Scratch, man. Where is Mr. Scratch going? Is it just in here? Huh. Now this is fucking sussy.
Anderson, good news, bad news. You can get to the cell block now, but the shaded hostiles that were in there are on the loose.
Thanks for the heads up. Come on! Good job, Saga. Now keep...
More coming down!
Casey.
Situation is under control, Estevez.
Not even gonna
coming back up.
Peek out for that.
I'll wait here.
He'll wait here. An interesting choice, my friend. Quite interesting. care about these crossbow bolts.
Anderson, over here. Got a little cramped in that closet.
Is the FBC sending any help?
We were the help. Well, us in the lake house. But we still have Bureau gear specifically engineered to fight this threat. It's stored in the back lot. We were setting it up when the Taken interrupted us. We have light arrays, a containment cell, etc., etc. We are not out of this fight yet.
What's at the lake house?
It's a Bureau research facility at Cauldron Lake set up to study the effects of this AWE. When I got into town, I went there for backup. The whole station is lost, taken by the Shadow. Lost a lot of agents. Barely got out myself.
What's going on?
We had a hell of a time avoiding those Taken. Ended up back here. Anyway, I wanted to warn you that we have the Koskela brothers in the cells as well. They're the ringleaders of the Cult of the Tree. Don't let your guard down.
Wish me luck.
According to the Luck and Probability Department, it's statistically bad luck to wish people good luck during a crisis.
Thanks.
Not matching the tone, lady.
I can tell something is wrong. What's happening to Casey?
I'm a goner. Swell. A shadow crawling under my skin. In my head. Call my ex. Tell her I'm sorry. Terminal case, Casey.
Something is wrong with him. He's hurt worse than he says. He's scared.
Nothing. Or is she dumb and she thinks it's something and it's more that he's like actually infected, essentially. Oh, I'm down here, might as well grab the fucking bolts.
Saga! Fucking FBI, FBC, your government fucks all fucking this up for us! Let us the fuck out!
You're the leaders of the cult. You're not going anywhere.
Wake will ruin everything.
Agent Young held his clipboard up to the light. The equipment was all accounted for. He ticked the boxes, satisfied. A noise on the other side of the back lot made him pause. He peered into the darkness. Nothing. Shrugging, he signed and dated the form. Estevez wanted everything ready, just in case. Young appreciated a cautious leader. Estevez had held it together even after the oldest house had gone dark. Young began to head inside. The local sheriff's station was a tight fit, but at least they had a coffee machine. Young felt optimistic. They even had the para-utilitarian in custody already. Another clatter behind him. Closer this time. He turned, hand on his holster. He called out to the darkness.
This station has been seized by the Federal Bureau of Control. You're not authorized to be here.
Suddenly, the lights flickered. went off. Young couldn't see a thing. Then from inside the station, the screams began.
Hopefully they didn't have more dialogue when I missed it because I went into a menu.
I don't have the key.
Do you have it?
You wrote Logan into the story. You told me yourself. From the dark place.
Listen! Scratch is coming. He's close. He's almost here.
My daughter is dead because of you. She's a child. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm trying to fix this. I will fix this. I'll save everyone, but we're running out of time. I need the clicker.
Bussy.
I have the clicker. You will fix this. You will save my daughter. Promise me.
Yes, I promise. But we're out of time. Hurry!
Don't fucking give it to him! Let get him! He's a fucking monster, Saga! There it is! We've been waiting for you, motherfucker! I'm gonna fucking destroy you!
Pretending to be Wake. The plan is fucked. Estevez, come in. Scratch is here. How do I stop him?
Bad news. The containment unit isn't prepped, but the light array should affect him.
Okay. Lights. Got it. I found the lights. How do I activate them?
I can turn them on from here, but you need to prime the 3...
He doesn't seem to care much about the light. He didn't even touch the guy.
He's too fast.
I don't want to reload. Thanks for the auto reload. Fucking stupid shit.
Got one.
2 more to go.
Another core activated.
Only one left. Doing great.
I found the lights. How do I activate
That's
them?
not what I'm wanting to do. Why did it swap from the flash grenades to the fucking rifle? What? Was it because it swapped to a different stack and like reset it? What goofy fucking shit is that?
It's Scratch. He was pretending to be Wake. The plan is fucked. Estevez, come in. Scratch is here. How do I stop him?
Bad news. The containment unit isn't prepped, but the light array should affect it.
Okay, it just didn't work this time.
I can check one from here.
Wonderful.
But you need to prime the 3 power cores first. The glowing FBC generator fuse.
What? It just didn't work at all? Oh my god, this fucking glitchy ass fucking contextual bullshit. Jesus.
He's too fast. Got one.
2 more to go.
Another core activated.
Only one left. Doing great.
Scratcher's here. He'll be back. What the fuck do we do now?
This is better than that time. It was weird because you were like actually playing as him, but I don't know if you were like playing as him and then he like got taken over, or if he was just faking it even for the player's view. I mean, it made the most sense. Like he was always sussy, especially because you were playing through Wake's perspective, post him even escaping, but. Loot. That's cool though. I feel like you're supposed to like shoot him a bunch and like hit him with light up crap though, but like I just throw my bazookas and shit at him. This must be the containment zone.
Need to find the key. Scratch is Wake's double. He tricked us. He almost got the clicker from me. The whole plan has gone out the window. How could we get this so wrong?
Textbook boondoggle.
You said it, Anderson. It's a shit show. So what's the plan?
The FBC usually handles stuff like this, right? Any thoughts?
Hold up. You brought a paranatural object in here without telling me and then almost handed it over to a hostile entity?
I didn't know if I could trust you. That was a mistake. So was believing Scratch. But it's not too late. I just need to understand more.
You got that right. Let's start acting like we're on the same side, yeah?
So tell me what I'm missing. The FBC must know something.
Good news, we have Bureau intel on all of this. Bad news, it's highly classified. Good news, consider yourself deputized into the Federal Bureau of Control. Here's a key to the cell where we keep the files. Happy reading.
Okay. Thanks. Go team.
Don't know about any dialogue involving this character. I mean, I'm all for the goofy shit, but he's running through like a Quirk Max, like an MCU character.
The horror story's changing reality. It made it so my daughter died here, even though she's supposed to be back home in Virginia. Do you know if that's...
AWEs are localized distortions of reality. The area outside town might not be affected. Sometimes they expand, sometimes they fizzle out. If we can make sure it's the latter, your kid might be fine.
The whole thing is a nightmare. I can't let my family be torn apart.
Having family isn't easy in this line of work. The late nights, travel, alternate realities threatening their existence. My ex-wife couldn't take it.
Karen, you're better off without her. I know I am.
How many fucking people were married to this fucking person?
You really don't remember Logan living in Virginia with me and David?
I remember you and David having problems. You needed a break. You and Logan moved to Watery and then Logan, well, that awful thing happened. After you came back to work, I thought you'd be the perfect partner for this case, if you were willing to return to the area.
Okay. That's enough. Scratch pretended to be Wake to trick us.
He almost won me over. I should have trusted my gut. Had a bad feeling about him when we found him at the lake. When that insane monster cloud came at me in the woods, I saw a face inside it. Wake's. I think he was always a monster. Always Scratch.
The story is changing your memories. What you're remembering is fiction. Logan is alive. I'm not divorced. We never moved here. I remember the truth.
No. Wake or Scratch, whoever that was, said the story could be used to attack us. We all need to question what's real. With that said, how do we know the story isn't giving you false hope?
I can't convince them. I just need to change the story.
But is he wrong? Where is this container?
This is the kind of case my ex hated. The ones that might kill me.
That's funny. The cases that might kill me were my ex's favorite.
I'm sorry about your brother, Ilmo.
Yaakov was all heart. He always went along with my ideas, no matter how stupid they were. Always happy to help. I got carried away. I never think things through. It's my fault.
I realize it's a bad time. But I need you to tell me everything about the Cult of the Tree.
The cult is my craziest idea that ever worked. Look, what kind of a cult calls themselves a cult? Exactly. We protect Watery and Bright Falls. We're the good guys. A secret neighborhood watch. Well, that was the idea anyways. Look, we've always known about the horror inside the lake. When any Taken come out, we kill them.
You don't turn people into Taken. You kill the ones who already have. How long has the cult been around for?
Certain folks around here have always known about Cauldron Lake. Before us, it was the Torchbearers. And when I inherited the mission, I wanted to call it a cult. It was genius. Just a name did half the work. Made people too scared to go into the woods at night. Business 101. Fear is a great motivator.
You were trying to kill Alan Wake. Why?
Nothing good has ever come out of Cauldron Lake. The nightmare that hit Bright Falls in 2010 was all because of his writing. And ever since then, pages of his stories are floating up from the lake, and monsters keep popping out. It's all him, Wake. And if we don't stop him, no one will.
Wake's evil doppelganger Scratch is the threat we're facing, not Wake. And I will stop him.
I've never heard of anyone called Scratch. You were the better Koskal. Much better than me.
What about the loot? This container. Glitched. Yep.
I assumed Wake escaped the dark place. Is it possible he's still there?
The Big Apple in an ocean of darkness. Gone diving. Note from my editor. You're using the wrong tense. Trapped in a loop. My friends will meet him when I'm gone.
Wake is still trapped in the dark place. Maybe he always was. Scratch was pretending to be Wake. Manipulating me. What does he want from me? No! I'm in control here. It's my mind place. He's powerful. Too powerful. Just his presence here makes me feel sick. Like a wave of terror through my head. I feel his single-minded drive to get the clicker. Ilmo said the cult kills Taken. Is he telling the truth?
Surplus deer masks buy in bulk. We've got a floater, a Taken on the shore. Call the gang Yako. We are going hunting. Cult of the Tree. Keeping the town safe since 2013.
Ilmo is telling the truth about the cult. They really were fighting the Taken. We're on the same side. If the cult is killing Taken, then why did Nightingale turn into one?
Private party. Invitation only. Wrong time, wrong place. Time to go, Yako. A job half done isn't done at all.
Nightingale became a Taken because the Bookers interrupted their ritual.
I'm so sorry, Yako.
I'm gonna deal with the situation, Ilmo. But the town will need protection until we sort this out. I could use your help.
Right. Right. I'll round up the gang. Whoever's left. We won't let these fucking monsters hurt any more of our people. We'll do my brother proud.
Thank you, Ilmo. So the Cult of the Tree actually kills Taken. They were on our side, even if their methods are misguided and criminal.
It looked right from where we were standing. Nothing's what it seems in this case. Too many stories contradicting each other. Too many versions of the truth.
We have a lot of catching up to do after this thing is all over. Everything is different now. My family, me, the whole fucking world.
I'll buy the coffee, Anderson. Partners to the end. This case is one for the books.
I see what you did there.
All right. What do we got?
Is a gateway to the dark place.
Wonder if they're gonna do something goofy with the lake house, like a DLC or what. Like old Timmy in Night Springs seems possible.
What the hell is a para-utilitarian? The cult didn't trust Wake. Or is it Scratch?
Mm-hmm.
Wake isn't the first person the Dark Presence disguised itself as.
I feel like I need to fucking re-experience Alan Wake 1, man. I mean, it's not gonna like change a whole lot. It'll just be when they mentioned the events in the first game. It's like, man, I haven't played that since like 14 fucking years ago or something.
Yep. Already got the answers to these.
Oh, this is just getting him out. Yeah, I mean, when I'm in the middle of an action section with nothing needing answering, it's like, I'm not gonna mess with it, right?
Huh. Wake is trapped in the dark place. He's been reaching out, communicating with me in the overlaps. I need to know what information I can still trust. I know what is real and what isn't. A megalomaniac writer can't make me doubt that. I have more family than I even knew. And I need to protect them all. Investigating the story's lies led me to a family I didn't know I had. Or was finding them part of the story too. Maybe it doesn't matter.
You kind of hope she gets thrown for a whirl, or a lot of what she thinks is going on is total bullshit. She's just so goddamn sure of herself.
The Cult of the Tree is just the Koskela brothers' slightly misguided solution to the Taken problem.
How do we miss so much of this? Original Optimus, like 3 whole things? It might be one of those things where, like, if you just go ahead a little too much, or you're not, like, checking shit at certain times. You just bust past it.
Okay. The clicker amplifies any changes to reality suggested by a piece of art. Makes them permanent. The dark presence is vulnerable against bright light. At least that makes sense. That's all the stashes. These people were well prepared.
Just need to go to the lighthouse, huh?
Wake told me the clicker would fix this. But Wake was actually Scratch. How can I trust anything he said?
The artist must conclude his work. He rides a storm on your piece. Wake up and smell the danger. We told you already, kiddo. What Tom said about the light switch is true. Don't let the story confuse you. You need him to write the ending you want. The clicker can make that ending come true.
But we don't have Wake. Everything we knew about the clicker was true. He wasn't lying. Scratch told me the clicker can be used to change the story. Does that match your understanding of this thing?
Yeah, the light switch is a paranatural item, maybe even an object of power. We have verified reports that Alan Wake was in possession of it during the AWE here back in 2010. Definitely has power. We know that much.
I can come up with a plan. I always do.
Mm-hmm. Can I go to the lighthouse? Get that done with. And her plan is to be on the board here.
The clicker can fix this. But I can't use it without Wake. Tor knows about this stuff. Maybe he can help. Wake is still in the dark place. How do I get him out?
We live and breathe rock and roll. From the silence of screams, from the fever of dreams. The clicker can amp up other works of art, not just Tom's writing. Anything created with passion. The dark power of the lake will make it creep into reality. But if the holder of the clicker believes in the art, they can make it all come true in the flick of a switch.
I can use the clicker without Wake. Only Wake's writing can change the horror story. But I can use the clicker to change something else. Like getting Wake out of the dark place. I will use the clicker to change reality and bring Wake back at Cauldron Lake. I'll need the right work of art, but that won't be a problem. I've got it now. I just need to tell the others what to do and fix everything. For good.
It's just that easy, huh?
After getting his hands on the FBC files, Ilmo Koskinen knew what he was up against. He masterminded the cult, his and Yako's army, to fight the fucked up horror lurking under the lake, and a plan to keep those feds in their bunker by the lake in the dark. Outsiders would only screw things up. The Koskinen sabotaged the FBC's monitoring station and rigged it to alert them when something was brewing at the lake. One time months later, when the alarm rang, they drove to the lake again, ready for a fight. But this time, they didn't find any monsters. Something else washed ashore. The light switch. They'd read how Wake had stopped Jagger with it in the stolen files. From that point on, whenever the cult caught someone taken over by the Shadow, they cut out the monster's heart, pushed the switch into the hole, and flicked it.
See, that was the... Yeah. Alright, let's go do this side thing, even though I'm much more interested in the main story right now. We're supposed to be telling them the plan. I'm just going to drive off. The middle of nowhere. Extra dark.
And now, the sheriff's station? Did you hear?
Hear what?
Apparently, they locked up that crime writer, you know, the one who disappeared in Bright Falls years ago. And then they find him, and boom, all hell breaks loose.
Big city folk, the FBI, famous writers. Ugh, they're all bad luck if you ask me.
Yeah. More or less, that's the idea, yeah. He's been trying to do that the whole game. He's just more overt now, I guess, because he's flying around. And you can turn into a cloud of mist. Don't know with Casey yet. He's injured, but see if he ends up getting totaled or anything. We don't know if he's just kind of heal up and that's just kind of it, or if he's got something a little deeper tied to it.
This has got to be an Ilmo idea.
The lighter. Most likely not. Because it's localized. But I mean, if they fail, then Scratch would probably rewrite most of reality. It would just be local. But since it's more local and everybody here is kind of just mind fucked by it, we're kids far away, so should be fine.
Ilmo Koskela jolted awake from a nightmare. He was drenched in sweat.
Is the idea,
in the dream,
anyways.
He'd been
We'll
covered
see.
in blood, gleefully murdering people, his friends. When his twin brother had tried to talk sense into him, he had murdered Yako as well. Ilmo slammed his fist into his temple so hard it hurt. The dream made him feel sick. The dark force of the lake was growing stronger. It was trying to make Ilmo and Yako something they were not. Trying to turn them into Ilmari and Yakapi Huatari from the early days of Watery. But they were the Koskela brothers. Their mother had not raised them to become murderers. They had backbone. They had honor. They had finished Zissou. Something bad was coming. The hidden device they had hooked to the FBC station had been intercepting alarms like crazy the past few days. Ilmo would make sure his cult was ready for war. Out in the night, the story seeking to give birth to an overlap in Watery drifted on, looking for another pair of men more prone to corruption.
And that's where they got the old... Oh, wait. There it is. The two policemen. Yeah, no, Saga's kids should be fine. But I mean, you never know with this kind of story if there's going to be a bunch of extra layers or twists, right? But I mean,
they're too old to fight monsters. The torchbearers are done. We need something new. Ilmo took a long drag from the joint and handed it to his brother. They'd been drinking and smoking all night. That thing from the lake was not a man, and the government's trying to hide it. Ilmo gestured at the files they had stolen from the research station. The strange seal with an upside-down pyramid. The Federal Bureau of Control. We need to keep the feds away. Deal with this our way. We need an army of our own. Yako smiled. He loved to watch his brother come up with his ideas. Ilmo's gaze swam. He was seeing double. The pyramid on the folder was a spruce tree. A tree, he thought. A fucking tree. It was a sign. We'll make the woods scary again. So fucking scary, no one will set foot in them at night. That's how we'll keep people safe. We'll be a legend. We are the cult of the tree, and we watch in the night. We're gonna need scary masks. Energized, Yako chugged a bottle of Ama beer in one go.
Yako was in on the man always. Pump. Oh, we got some more lore. Got the whole full size here on the old satchel too. So let's get back and continue the story. I think that's the end of my side shenanigans. Is there some way I want to adjust this? I think I'm fine for now. Save the rest for loot. Yeah, we're about to go talk to Casey again. We'll see what happens. They're probably gonna like make me do Alan's story soon, but I need to go to bed. So we'll see what they gotta say and continue tomorrow. I'm just standing here in the middle of the woods. I do wonder if Tim Buckley's getting out, man.
It's empty. There's nothing there, just darkness.
I think you may be right. Might have been a mistake to come here. I don't think
So much for that. If we're missing any pages in here. Back to the police station. My fucking heart is getting... Stop making any kind of setup. Water. I'm getting a combo somewhere, just getting water, man. Quick selfie outside the station, bud.
So we need Wake to fix the story, right? That hasn't changed. So here's what I have. Wake's still trapped in the dark place, under the lake. I think we can use the clicker to get him out. But first, we need a work of art. Something other than his story. And that'll get him here.
I'm not filling out the paperwork for this one. I wouldn't know where to start. But I'm sold.
Okay. Look, this feels like something that once we get the ball rolling, there's no turning back. You sure you have it all figured out?
Beginning of the end of the game to travel the colony, you need to save your game first. Touring and traveling to other areas will be limited if you choose to continue.
Not just yet. Give me a moment.
Okay, Anderson. You let me know when you're ready.
Well, can you just like skip the Wake part? Really not. I mean, I imagine I have like one big Wake chunk, some change left. It'd be weird if you could just like not. Like do any of Wake. Like at all somehow. That would be very bizarre. It would make sense they would stop you at some point. Okay, let me check the diner. Either way, we'll just jump into Wakes tomorrow. We know where they're at here. We got a point of no return and everything.
I really like the diner at night. It's so quiet and peaceful. At least, usually.
I know what you mean.
It's pretty chill. Yeah, we'll go save over here and that'll be it. So thank you guys for watching. I know it's been a relatively quiet playthrough on some of these days. Some days we talk so much that I'll pause this game for an hour or two and chit chat. But today and yesterday have been a bit more quiet. So appreciate you guys hanging, just kind of letting the atmosphere soak and kind of rolling through the game. And today's been a lot of walking around, finding secrets. So yeah, tomorrow we'll continue, but it'll be the Wake side of things. Look forward to it, I guess, right? Maybe we'll finish tomorrow. Depending on how long Wake stuff is. I mean, we've cleared up all her shit. Actually, we'll knock out some of this case board real quick.
The Dark Presence leeches onto artists, manipulates their art. What power does it have by itself?
We couldn't even check that shit without doing all the side stuff. Does it corrupt? last one is. This case solved. What was with the writing, anyways? It's probably just pages we're missing in places, or maybe stuff you get later, who knows? Alright, folks. I'll be back. Catch you guys later.